Oh my god. That shit's funny. Sod is so dead. I can finally make a death note. I think the skin color is different as a Death Knight, right? Yeah, I'm not sure if I should do the dots in the name. Like, I was thinking of doing it this way. I think it's this one. I think it ends up lowercase. I could just see if it's not taken. Just use it as baseline. I think there's like a squiggly F. So I could do it this way. Okay, I think this is the A I was using. I kind of like this because it's like it kind of connects to my names. Like I usually do the dots on the A, and I feel like that just signals, oh hey, it's the same person, which I kind of want.
A hero. That's what you once were. You stood boldly against the shadow and purchased another dawn for the world with your life. But the evil you fought is not so easily banished. The victory you claimed, not so easily.
It's good though. It's so
Now,
good.
The specter of death
It's so
looms above the
funny.
world yet again.
I feel like that's one of the best ones. Like one of the best ones I've come up with.
My chosen knight, I have granted you immortality so that you may herald in a new, dark age for the Scourge. Gaze now upon the lands below us. The Scarlet Crusade scurries to undo my work, while Light's hope stands defiantly against us, a blemish upon these plagued lands. They must all be shown the price of their defiance.
Do I not?
You will become my
I do.
force of retribution. Do follow.
I don't remember Arthas talking in retail, I'm gonna be honest. Like, did they remove him talking in retail? I also, though, have not made a Death Knight in ages, so... Yeah, it's better. Do I have music on? This place has no music. Oh yeah, I have to forge the weapon, that's right. My cape and helm got turned back on? Cat is so bugged. Like, Cata has legitimately been so buggy. Ever since the pre-badge. It's still a good expansion, though.
We press on.
Ah, yeah, that's right. There we go. The biggest core memory of playing Death Knight for me is when me and my friend dueled in Goldshire for like 2 hours. We couldn't kill each other. We like legitimately couldn't kill each other. Just the whole time.
Something.
But we are determined. What the heck? I do not remember that, huh? I need this one too. Okay, my summon didn't go out, that sucks. Chapel's done. The fake map. So I'm missing the forge, which should be over here. And that's it.
Your will is
Below me.
Ours is not to question, only to act.
Damn, that horn is loud.
You need something.
I got 20 silver. I can always send myself gold for the dual spec, so I could just start putting talents into Frost right away or something.
Speak your piece. What?
Oh, you can't multi-duel? You used to be able to multi-duel, I think.
You need something?
I really should add the tooltip too. It's whatever though. It'll be fine. Oh, I messed that up. Slash cast, icy touch. Slash cast. Blood strike. Slash cast. Plague strike.
Speak your piece.
Yeah,
Get
I'm
on
good now.
with it. Our master's will be done.
Auto attack damage is really important though.
I will listen. For now. Tomorrow is another day. quick.
What's the tooltip part? Is it just hashtag tooltip? Hashtag show tooltip? Is that all I do? Oh, that is all I do, okay. I thought there was something a little bit more. Can I put it at the bottom too? I don't think it matters. I guess it does matter. I was wrong.
What?
Speak your piece! Yes. Our master's will be done.
Hey, what up, Jack?
Speak your piece.
Delivers stolen horrors, okay. I don't know. Thought this guy was tankier. No, yeah, he's looking a little bit crazy. Just one more Crusader. Yeah, I think I go this way. Don't know if I need to kill this. I think we need this guy. Then we get our Death Knight horse. I really wish it let me make a Death Knight on a different server though. It's locked like the old days, like per serve. I was just hoping I didn't get days. I'm looking pretty dead. Yeah, I actually got out of range. Wait, never mind. Wait. Yo, chill. Long aggro range.
Finish it. No mercy.
Bad. It's still frozen. Yes, my PC froze there for like quite a while.
Harness your rage and focus. Kill or be killed.
Okay, so I can go Frost, go Undead. I want to go Frost. I don't remember how soon I can get one-handers. Like, I don't remember if I get a one-handed option from quest reward. These things are actually gonna kill me. I don't have a pet bar either, like what is going on there? Oh, my presence, I don't have that bound. I think I'm just in Frost presence, I guess. It starts being it, I guess. Yeah, I think I have 5. All my ghouls are missing. I feel like I have to do this again. Should be here. Is it over here? Right here? Immune to charm and sleep. Cost of mind freeze reduced by 10. I don't think I have that yet. I could get my skills though, which I should probably do soon. Damage of obliterate. Okay, yeah, it's pretty fast to get back up top. I still remember when, I kid you not, it was like a minute to get from there on the bottom to up in this tower. Like it somehow decided to take a minute on the old route.
I will listen for now. There's work to be done.
Not enough golden. Death strike, huge. And then pestilence. Obliterate. Definitely want to increase damage of obliterate. I should just send myself the money tea real quick. Why is it still broken? Glyphs. We should look at glyphs. Unless that guy has the market on glyphs again. These glyphs are so much. Okay, so icy touch. Which one's hungry and cold? Heart. Okay, this one's only 7 gold. This one's not that bad. It's a Frost Strike. Hard Strike. Hunger and Cold. Icy Touch. Icy Touch is only 7 gold. Hard Strike's kind of expensive. Pretty important though. Pretty needed. So definitely Hard Strike. Hard Strike and... if there's an Obliterate... Ooh, Death Coil. Oblit. So Obliterate. What else am I missing? Okay, so I think that's good. I don't think I really need the other ones. I think that's fine. Need to mark the mailbox here. So what else do I need? Defenders? Where are these defenders at, yet? I think I should be capped, right? I'm try getting off. Okay, I guess I'll just die. 10-minute res sickness? No shot. Holy fuck. That shit is so brutal. 75% still.
We exist only to serve him. Make it quick. Ashes to ashes.
It's probably on the ground. I think this counts as an in. Oh, it doesn't. I was wrong. Maybe it'll be fine with my red sickness. Maybe it won't be so bad. Maybe it'll be A-okay. I could take on 2. Okay, these ones don't even fight back. It's gonna take me a while still. They just heal? How'd they just heal? Alright, abort. Abort. Alright, yeah, res sickness, no joke. It was worth it though, the walk was terrible. I didn't want to walk that far. There ain't no way I was walking my body. I forgot I didn't buy gloves. Reward gear. It's this one. I think I just sold my fucking shield last time I was on.
Greetings.
Fuck.
Farewell.
That's good enough. About the 8 gold one. Hopefully that's its strength on it. 3 strength. Rob myself. Is this the proper way? I think I'm going the right way. Should I just full clear it or what? What do you think, chat? I don't know where I'm supposed to end for Upper's Fire. I don't know where we're supposed to go. And there's the boss over here, though. Oh, that could be bad. Bombs are good XP at least. I'm not getting a victory proc. That definitely needs to be a thing. Okay, well. Hmm. It is this way. Maybe not this way. I think that just connects, huh? Oh fuck. I wasn't paying attention. I actually just like was not paying attention. don't have the key. Holy shit. Holy shoot. Medic. 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 That was the slowest heal I have ever seen in my life.
You have my gratitude.
Why do I see no torchbearers? Oh, maybe we have one, I guess. I had to there. I hate this place. Wait, detention blocks the other way. I'm so ready for him to pull literally all these mobs. Actually, he only pulled one set. Oh, okay. Oh. Oof. That's not good. Actually, that's kind of good. I need this. Shit. Okay, we're good, we're good. Why is that the only thing I can queue? Why is that the only thing I can queue, chat? Yeah, what's up, Darden? I need BOA gear. I can't take another Black Rock devs. I can't do it. Okay, yeah, I'm not paying fucking 60 to 100 gold. There ain't no way. Honestly, you probably just park here for now. The XP boost. Dark Successor sounds cool. I kind of want that one. Dark Successor and it's pretty much all I need. That's all I need. Resilient grip too would be nice, but $75 gold. I mean, it's worth it though. It's worth it. Fuck, that's a lot of gold though. Holy shit. Taking some damage here. They ain't joking around. I don't get frost presents for a while though, which sucks. Or not frost presents, unholy. I don't get it till 70 and I already slotted that ability in. Or that glyph in. That doesn't really help me out, I guess. I don't know why you can equip it so early though. Okay, citizens and cauldron. Wait to kick my ass. Okay, now I just need the chain and the other two items over there on the other side. They definitely need some new idle animations for sure. Still need Worgen Tails too. should just do that quest back there. I think I got you baited. I don't think there is a quest here.
My task is done.
Wait, I actually got it on the first one? There's no way. Dude, this shit usually takes me like at least 10 of them, at least. Never in my life have I gotten it first time. That's crazy. What the hell? I'm usually stuck here for a good 10 minutes. It's not looking good. That wasn't close. It was fine.
What? Ashes to ashes.
Okay, I think this is a defense quest. The bubble.
I will listen for now.
Okay, I was about to leave him. I think that's all I needed. Wait, is that not what I needed? New Avalon patrol schedule? At the top part? Okay, it is up here.
You need something? I will listen for now.
Oh, wah, wah, wah.
I think this is part of it, right? Oh yeah, it is, it is.
Oh, boo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Yes. You need something. Our master's will be done.
Alright, so I think I need like a tree or something, or I need to like turn into a tree, or Well, yeah, I do that now, I guess. Yeah, they do be hitting pretty hard. Wow, NPCs have that magical hit upstairs movement, or I mean...
Make it quick.
they hit you anywhere.
Can I help you?
Should have more talent points. Oh boy, I do, chat. Look at that. 45% more. Obliterate damage. I think Mind Freeze is the silence, right? Mind Freeze is the silence, right? Because I think it is. I can just look. Yeah. Oh yeah, so yeah, free cast. I want a free cast. Mind Freeze, absolute. But the mounted speed increase. Yeah, I kinda want the mounted speed increase. I'm gonna be honest. In the slow, reduction, I kinda want it. Obliterate damage, oh yes. Oh yeah, and the procking. And the strength increase, definitely. Attack speed, I guess. The procking on Ice Rim.
Speak your
Let's go to the wrong person there. Oh. I'll definitely take the portal.
life. Meaningless.
Oh, that parry was really nice. Definitely want the parry too.
You need something.
Yes. Tomorrow.
Okay, we got blood presence. Oh, dual spec.
You need something. Suffer well.
Increased bonus damage while in frost presence. Probably that. Purge around you. Death. All the enemies 10 yards. Or afflicted frost fever. Trapped in ice, preventing them from move. Yeah, probably just improve frost for now. Yeah.
I will listen for now.
Reinforcing real quick. I think I should use Razor Eyes instead. I don't know when I can get 2 one-handers. Just mailed myself some, but I didn't want to like buy some from the auction house. So I was like, eh. Ooh, the blue looks so much nicer too on my sword. Look at that.
Come to me, Crusaders. I will remake you.
Oh. Okay, there's none down there. I thought there was. I got dropped. This guy's tanky. He's crazy.
Crusaders,
He's nice.
remake you.
Who's this guy? I gotta kill this one now. That was my one. I don't know why it demounted me. I was still in the area. Oh, maybe my mount died.
Where is your light now?
There we go.
Crusaders?
That's where they all are. Yeah, he was actually him. That was the one Scarlet Crusader. He was about to take out Lich King himself. He was going for it. I don't remember this part being so slow.
Crusaders, I will remake you.
I don't know if I'm like missing something here. A little bit of lag. You're right though, you're right. nice. We're done here.
The light has abandoned you.
I think I go this way. I'm hoping there's a trainer over here, but I think there is. Like, pretty sure there is. I think I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm wrong, chat. I'm definitely wrong. Never mind.
His eyes are upon you at all times.
No one is leveling a Death Knight on this server, though. I have not seen anyone this whole time.
Obey or be eliminated.
I gotta wait 5 minutes for it to start. I didn't see the chat moving enough. Oh, it's dead again. I brought back general chat for a little while though. Oh wait, no.
Soldiers of the Scourge, stand ready! Prepare to unleash your fury upon the Arctic Dawn!
Is there like a macro for sheathing and unsheathing your weapon?
The sky weeps at the glorious devastation of these lands. Soon, Azeroth's futile tears will rain down upon us.
Oh. There is though. Picture of Worgen.
Soldiers of the Scourge! Death Knights of Acheros! Minions of the Darkness! Hear the call of the High Lord! Rise! The skies turn red with the blood of the fallen! The Lich King watches over us, minions! Leave only ashes and misery in your destructive wake!
Stand fast, brothers and sisters! The light will prevail!
I'm doing no damage. stats about to then. Am I missing something here, possibly? So I think I'm supposed to just kill him. I think I'm just supposed to kill him. Dodging everything. What? No, he reset. No! 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 Alright. I'll just die, I guess.
Bring them before the chapel.
So should I walk? It's looking like I walk.
Stand down, Death Knights. We have lost.
There we go.
Right. This place. No hope.
Have you learned nothing, boy? You have become all that your father fought against. Like that coward Arthas, you allowed yourself to be consumed by the darkness, the hate, feeding upon the misery of those you tortured and killed. Your master knows what lies beneath the chapel. It is why he dares not show his face. He sent you and your Death Knights to be dead too, Darian. What you are feeling right now is the anguish of 1,000 lost souls. Souls that you and your master brought here. The light will tear you apart, Darian.
Save your breath, old man. It might be the last you ever draw.
My son.
Father!
My dear, beautiful boy.
Ah! What is...
Father, you have returned.
You've been gone a long time, Father. I thought...
Nothing could have kept me away from here, Darian. Not from my home and family.
Father, I wish to join you in the war against the undead. I want to fight. I can sit idle no longer.
Darian Mograine, you are barely of age to hold a sword, let alone battle the undead hordes of Lordaeron. I could not bear losing you. Even the thought.
If I die, Father, I would rather it be on my feet, standing in defiance against the undead legions. If I die, let me die with you!
My son, there will come a day when you will command the Ashbringer, and with it, mete out justice across this land. I have no doubt that when that day finally comes, you will bring pride to our people, and that Lordaeron will be a better place because of you. But, my son, that day is not today. Do not forget.
Touching. He's mine now.
You betrayed me. You betrayed us all, monster! Face the might of Mograine!
Pathetic.
You're a damned monster, Arthas.
You were right, Fordring. I did send them in to die. Their lives are meaningless. But yours... How simple it was to draw the great Tyrion Fordring out of hiding. You've left yourself exposed, Paladin. Nothing will save you.
Tyrion!
Arthas!
What is this?
Your end.
Impossible. This is not over. When next we meet It won't be on holy ground, Paladin.
Rise, Darien, and listen. We have all been witness to a terrible tragedy. The blood of good men has been shed upon this soil. Honorable knights, slain defending their lives, our lives. And while such things can never be forgotten, we must remain vigilant in our cause. The Lich King must answer for what he has done, and must not be allowed to cause further destruction in our world. I make a promise to you now, brothers and sisters. The Lich King will be defeated. On this day, I call for a union. The Argent Dawn and the Order of the Silver Hand will come together as one. We will succeed where so many before us have failed. We will take the fight to Arthas, and we will tear down the walls of Icecrown. The Argent Crusade comes for you, Arthas!
So too do the Knights of the Everglade. Although our kind has no place in your world, we will fight to bring an end to the Lich King. This I vow. Ours is not to question, only to act.
Nice. But not nice. 280 only. Nice, does look pretty nice. Get the sword key. Kind of like the one I'm using though, like visually. That is. Okay, I got Deathgate now.
His eyes are upon you at all times. Go forth and wreak havoc.
No more play. What happened to the match?
We exist only to serve you.
We press on.
Okay, maybe I should wait. It becomes cleared out once I turn this in, I think.
Stormwind is reborn.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I think I should set my hearth here first. It's at 58. Upper Blackrock Spires. That's all there is. Might have to just quest. 'Cause I am so tired of doing Blackrock Spire.
Shall we get down to business?
That's literally nothing. Holy shit. Like, what? This knight's griddle, like, it's actually... Invisible belt. I don't have red shoulders, though. Almost had a red, all red theme. Yeah, I just need a shoulder mog. Actually, I think I saw red shoulders. I think they were fucking expensive. Oh, those are fire. Dark iron shoulders. There's so many good towns. Like as a tank, there's so many good talents. I don't know what to actually pick here. Kinda wanna reset the tree already though. Okay, so 2 attack power for every 180 armor. Sounds good. It turns into 6. 6 for 180 armor. That's really good. And then... yeah, I have to grab that, so... damage reduction would be nice, but... I think there's other things that are a little bit better. And then the extra runic power, definitely. Blood tap, definitely. And then this is a team-wide buff. Melee attack power, huge buff. Okay, so I definitely want that. And then armor value from items. Bone shield I definitely need. And then the blood cake strike, it just sounds so cool. Surround yourself with a barrier, whirling bones, shield strength. Shield begins with... wait, no. The shield begins with 6 charges at each... and each damaging attack consumes a charge. While at least 1 charge remains, you take 20% less damage from all sources. Yeah, so that's really good. I definitely want at least that, for sure. Nah. I might just full buff Blood Cake Strike, I don't know. I could put 2 points in it, I guess. I feel like I should just do the armor though, is the thing. Cause I'm getting so much value from the attack power. Increase your rune regeneration by 10%. It's definitely really needed. Definitely need those. Melee attacks have a 5% chance to spawn a bloodworm. Attacks your enemy, gorging itself until it bursts. Heal nearby allies. Icebound Fortitude, reduce damage taken by additional 15%. Cost 50%. You don't really need that. Burn tap. Definitely need all those, and then I think I need vampiric blood. I'm just gonna beef blood kick. Wait, you know what? Or no, yeah. It's at 20, it caps at 30. I think I should go for the 30. That's good though. Then I don't get my AoE till level 60, but I'm able to start a dungeon, man. That's brutal. Like, why? Here, I got stuck in my glasses. Accused me as tank. It's over. I actually just don't have anything to push. Heart strike. Okay, I guess I have hard strike now.
How are you? Talk to me.
Glad I could help.
Interest you in a pint?
King's honor, friend.
And need roll for 1. There we go, that's a good spread.
How are you? They good?
Help?
Alright, never mind. One more. That's really far. I thought I could solo. I might be dead here. Fuck. the pet. Why is it still not safe to run my base? Are these the guards? Why are the guards after me? What did I do? Holy shit, the whole cavalry's after me. Still. I mean, that works. That helps. Okay. No, it doesn't. Oh, I spawned here. Wait, I have to unlock it, that's why. Okay. That makes more sense. I had to unlock TBC on that character though, I think. Okay, there's gotta be a Lewis press. Dude, nothing. Thought I messed up. Thought I deleted some add-ons. Yeah, it didn't really help, but it's worth a shot. Holy shit, my game's kind of laggy now. You know what? I think it's good now. Okay, I can almost go to Outlands. Where does it recommend I quest now? Last lands, I guess.
Well met. Keep your feet on the ground.
King's honor. Be careful.
I do not have a flight path there.
Need help?
Trying to think of the best way there. I don't actually know. I can't like know the flight paths.
Light bless you.
The portal. It took me so long. I just need to take the portal up here.
Well met.
Okay, we are right back.
Projekt Red senior weapons artist. Apologize for noting criticism about Assassin's Creed is valid. What's this? What do you say? The concerns and criticism around Assassin's Creed are valid. I personally think it might disrespect Japanese culture with the provided historical inaccuracy. People, especially Japanese people, have full right to oppose trends like this. I've noticed criticism regarding my recent comments of Assassin's Creed Shadows. After reflecting on it, I realize I owe you an apology. First off, I acknowledge I'm not qualified to share statements or discuss topics. Of course you are. Everybody has opinions on shit they're not qualified for. I hate this idea where it's like, you can't have an opinion on something. This guy works in video games. Who the fuck is more qualified than him? Like, what are you talking about? Your feedback was highlighted the importance of my being informed and respectful in my opinions. It also showed me that we should be more open to new ideas and not restrict ourselves to too much while creating new worlds. We all draw inspiration from a wide range of media, and that's great. I appreciate your patience and understanding. I've learned something valuable, and I'll strive to do better in the future. Looking forward to the next Assassin's Creed. The setting intrigues me a lot. I'm not qualified. I mean, I'm white, I'm a man. Yeah, so, like, I'm gonna be real. There's nothing really wrong with what he said. And also, people, especially Japanese people, have full right to oppose trends like this. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Everybody has the right to have whatever opinion they want on art that they have. Nobody has the right to tell you that your opinion is invalid because you're not a man, a woman, white, black. But obviously, whenever you pussy out and apologize for something like this, here's a bit of advice for old Michael here, is that they're gonna just hate you even more now. You really think that the next time something happens and people are talking about you, they're not going to bring this up because you put out an apology? No, bro, they're going to call you a little bitch because you put out the apology. They're going to hate you even more. What the fuck are you thinking doing this? Like, you really think you're going to make these rats happy? They don't want to be happy, because if they're happy, then they can't complain. And complaining's the only way they get attention. You think they want to give up their attention? Absolutely fucking not. Why do you think they're on Twitter? So, yeah, it's stupid as fuck for him to do this and apologize. Oh my God, I said this.
Alright, I'm back. feel like dungeoning would have given me more.
Greetings. Light be with you. Go with honor, friend.
Thank you.
My whelpling's doing a little bit of damage, but not a whole lot.
King's honor, friend. For the Alliance.
What can I do for you? Hello?
I keep getting debated by quest markers that actually aren't there. You're back. I'm almost 58. Oh, lucky. drain life never even procs. Oh, I can use the nightstands. Stance mastery would be so nice. I need stance mastery so bad. Hey, Angry. I need to find some purple leggies now. So I match. I think they drop here. I'm not too sure. Actually, detention. This pally's gonna take my trinket 100%. I needed to. I think we go back. Like, not sure. Yeah, the Lord General sword, like, hardly ever procs. Oh no. Well. This tank's so slow. This tank's so slow. I'm aboard in that one. I am just aboard in that tank. I was getting tired of that tank. So much better though. Just being out of that party, I'm gonna be honest. Need an XP on him. Dude, honestly, I don't know what add-on this is. I think I downloaded this on accident. I have no idea. Oh, find party. That's what it is. Okay. Oh my god, we found Legoshi? Okay, last dungeon till I can go to Blast or PC. Nice. A good dungeon. so. I'm close, so. Here's my level. Thorium helm actually looks pretty good. Probably just do blacksmithing on this character. Oh, it's two-handed. I thought it was one-handed. I was like, oh shit.
You need something?
Open for business. See you later.
Be right back. I'm back. Making some soup. No. Why is my port still in Darnassus, man?
I am honored. Then
No. Nah. No.
greetings.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. There are franchises out there that are so popular that finding somebody who hasn't experienced them in some way is sort of like finding a unicorn. Series that come to mind would be Mario, Star Wars, Zelda, and at least within the sphere of MMOs, World of Warcraft. If you were into PC gaming and you were between the ages of 5 and 100 in the mid-2000s, chances are you played it at one point, which is all well and great, but a downside to that is it's easier to sort of lose touch with the true new player perspective. I think that there are elements of the game that we probably take for granted without even thinking about it. So today we have a pretty unique video, somebody who played MMOs during this golden era, but didn't play World of Warcraft. His name is Jimmy, who's primarily a RuneScape channel, and we recently reacted to his Will We See Another Good MMO video, which I really enjoyed. So today, I wanted to see his perspective as somebody who never played WoW and what he thought of it, so let's see.
Back in 2005, 2006, there were only two kinds of MMO players. Ones that had parents who believed in them,
Looking for something specific? Go with honor, friend.
Let's see, is the Worgen still broken for the barber? Still broken. $200 gold. But I would match. I would match for 200 gold. Surely I'll make that back.
I'm looking forward to our negotiation. Welcome. Welcome. Shall we get down to business?
Alright, I'm poor as heck now.
Shall we get down to I foresee a mutually beneficial transaction?
I was leveling a DK on this server too, though, so I should be farming. Like my warrior and my DK should make major bank.
Need help? See you around.
saw a future in them, and trusted them enough with a $15 a month World of Warcraft subscription. And then you had the ones who heard something along the lines of $15 a month? Did you say a month? Go to your room. And they...
Yep. And anyone can confirm this. This was a hard sell back in the day. I remember trying to get Dad Season to pay for it, and he was like, what is this, a game or a magazine subscription? Get out of here. I ended up just buying Game Time cards until I got my credit card. And I feel like people really underestimate how expensive it was and how much of a barrier there was between the player and the game. World of Warcraft's graphics were pretty advantageous because they didn't require the super high-end gaming computer to run it, but PCs were still insanely expensive. Preferably you did want a graphics card of some sort. You needed an internet connection, and you bought the box and a subscription fee on top of it. In early 2000s culture, this was pretty abnormal. In fact, if you go to old forum archives of World of Warcraft pre-release, you can even spot posts of people complaining about the sub fee. Nowadays, everything has a subscription. Netflix, Spotify, Prime, all of these online services are basically banking on you signing up and then forgetting about it until you realize years later that you've been paying hundreds of dollars for a service you just haven't been using. But yeah, anyways, back then, these were some pretty big hurdles, and it makes it even more impressive how it became so popular despite this.
I was in that second group. But you know what? I clawed and scratched my way to a $6 a month subscription. And here we are, nearly 20 years later. In a lot of ways, RuneScape has become a part of me, teaching me life lessons, being a go-to comfort game at all sorts of stages in my life, blessing me with one of the greatest jobs in the world. I didn't get to experience that $15 a month path, but I think this might be the greatest $6 my mother ever spent. But I have always wondered, what if she did make that $15 sacrifice? Where would I be? Who would I have become?
Probably depressed. It's crazy to think sometimes how what may seem to be minor decisions can have such a crazy impact on your life. There's series and franchises that sort of just speak to us and they become very meaningful. But I think that this is especially relatable for MMO players because it's not even just a game. It's this social network where you have these online communities and people made friends that they still keep in touch with even to this day. I met people in the game in 2005. I'm still friends with them today. Some people even get married through World of Warcraft. It's crazy. Never did I imagine in a million years when first launching this game, not only would I be playing it 20 years later, but I would have made like 500 videos about it in the whole YouTube channel and everything. Yeah, it's crazy.
But thinking about what ifs doesn't do us any good. Okay, we're here. This is where we are now. It's all that matters. This is where I'm at. It's where I'm staying. I like it. I like it here. Oh, 1 second. Sorry. It ain't $6 anymore. I'll tell you what. It's inflation. And if inflation's done this to a $6 subscription, I can't even imagine what a $15 one's looking like nowadays. Huh. Weird.
Oh, don't worry. They make their money in other ways now.
It's $2.50 more. Why is that a big deal right now? Mom, please, you don't have $2.50. Yes, the video is sponsored. I don't see what that has to do with anything. I'm not gonna ask them to pay for it. That's not how that works. That's inappropriate. Who's the sponsor? It's Covalence, the online technical trade school. You remember?
Okay. This is a very unique way to do an ad, I'll say.
Them, right? Yeah, they're cool. They've got their Catalyst program. They can turn you into a full stack web developer from the ground up. These dudes are the magicians of coding. No, my viewers aren't gonna go into debt? It's the most affordable it's ever been. They got this Covalence Plus program now, $39 a month. You get all access pass, their full catalog. It's like 400 hours of content. Yeah, you get to become a part of a dope coder community. It's like the smartest people crammed into a Discord. They've got a Discord. Do you know what a Discord is? You're gonna look that up. Yes, you can ask as many questions as you want. You can pester the entire Covalence team on Discord. They always say cool stuff like don't just browse the web, build it. I like when they say that. My link, it'll be in the description when I post the... You want me to explain what my QR code looks like? Black pixels arranged a certain way in a square formation. Just use my code WOWJimmy. Look, $2.50. Like, this is why I called you in the first place. It's... Even you're already coding. You broke the sound barrier to start coding. What do you do? How'd you do that? Hello? Mom? That's nice. Well, I guess it's a good thing she hasn't paid for my membership in like 12 years. I always joke about this debacle that RuneScape throws its new players into. We've got 2 versions. All this time I thought we were special in harassing our new players like this, but WoW has taken me aback. There are not 2 versions. There are not 3 versions. There are 4 versions of World of Warcraft to choose from. And now I'm...
Actually 5 now, he missed hardcore. Between private servers and retail, WoW has to be one of the most relaunched or remixed games of all time. Not counting Skyrim, of course, coming soon to Tiger Handheld Electronics. But trying to put yourself in a completely new player's shoes, I can definitely see how it can be pretty intimidating because you're immediately handed these choices before you even make a character. And I see this confusion a lot on the channel because often people will ask me, well, what version should I play? And usually I steer them towards Season of Discovery for a few different reasons, which I'm sure we'll get into here soon.
I'm the one stumped.
Yeah, I think Season of Discovery is one of the best ways, for sure.
Decisions I know nothing about. I don't know if there's any wrong answers here. I don't know if one of these is more expensive or anything about classes. I've never had to play a class before. All these races, does race matter? Is that a question I'm allowed to ask? Is this classic or is that classic? And what is that? Where am I? What do I do with this? And why the hell is there 5 of these? They gave me some book. They already got me doing homework. This is hard. It's stressing me out. I don't know what choice to make. You absolute fool. I'm not making a choice. There's never been a choice to make. I will be playing every single version
God.
of World of Warcraft for the very first time. Let's get after it.
Yeah.
Up first, we've got retail. To translate for my people, that's their RuneScape 3. The servers with the good, the bad, and the ugly, mostly ugly, shoved into it for the last 20 years. In 2019, they released classic servers, separate from the main game. A lot of players...
Yeah, bloated is the perfect word, actually. And I think that this is the fate of all MMOs eventually, so I'm not really gonna pick on World of Warcraft here, but I think slowly but surely over time, these MMOs add so many expansions and zones, features, collections, storylines. It just feels bloated. I haven't touched retail since Shadowlands personally, and this is one of the main reasons why. It's when I log in, I just sort of have this overwhelming feeling of bloat. There's just so much, and keep in mind, I've played the game for 80% of its lifespan, so can you even imagine a completely new player? One of the reasons why I like Classic, and I mentioned this in the last react, is that it's not necessarily for what it has, it's what it doesn't have. And this is why when people ask me this question that Jimmy posed here, which version to play, I direct them towards Classic, typically Season of Discovery, since it's the most active version of vanilla right now. And COD has different stuff going on, but vanilla is its base still, and it's as simple can be. You level from 1 to 60 through a linear campaign of quests, and you either raid or PvP. That's it. There are no dailies, there are no weeklies outside of raids, and you don't feel punished for not logging in every day. And you have just 2 continents, not 20, no collections, achievements, no 20 years of storylines to catch up with, and this absolutely enormous amount of feature creep that immediately just gives you this feeling of being behind and overwhelmed. It's simple, it's easily digestible, and you can just get right into it. And besides that, vanilla is just very casual friendly. You know, when Classic was first gearing up to launch in 2019, there's this discussion of it being for hardcore players. I think primarily due to the old RPG aspects and the length of the leveling campaign and the lack of ways to pay to skip it. And there's truth to that. In some ways the game is more complex, but as a whole, considering how much bloat retail has now and, you know, the lack of these features,
yeah,
really
Classic is simpler to get into.
I vehemently disagree with that. I think that due to its digestibility and the lack of dailies and weekly overload, I felt like it was by far the best casual player experience. I remember making a video about it, in fact, and again, I haven't played retail in forever, but it probably still holds up today.
Call it vanilla. That's what he called it. It's got a whole joke about it. Players got to log on and relive, re-experience their childhood, embracing the nostalgic euphoria. And then in about a week or 2, they all snapped out of it because nostalgia cannot carry escapism forever. So that was the first real big launch of new servers, a new game to play. In June 2021.
Sorry, I know I'm going to pause like crazy here, but I do want to talk a bit more about the 2019 launch. Now, when all of this was happening, there was this dialogue about nostalgia, rose-colored goggles, it won't be like how it was in 2004, and so on. And I think most people realize this. You know, the culture of the 2019 player base is obviously far different than 2004, but I said this during the launch, mark my words, even though it's not the same, this is still a unique and interesting event. I'm pounding my fist into my palm right now for emphasis, and people will look back to it fondly. And
I loved it
turned out
personally.
to be absolutely true. I don't know about you guys, but I've seen many comments at this point of people looking back to the 2019 launch with great fondness.
I loved it.
And it's not even 5
great
years old
fondness
yet.
for me.
This is a tangent. I'm not referencing Jimmy here because I don't think that this is what he's saying, but it's really funny to me that nostalgia is like this dirty word for vanilla World of Warcraft specifically. Playing Mario on the NES? Fine. Loading up Final Fantasy VII? Good for you. Ordering pizza and playing some old school GoldenEye with your balding middle-aged friends? That's wholesome. Playing vanilla World of Warcraft? Well, actually, you don't like the game actually. It's actually just rose-colored goggles actually, and it's not really good because of this and this and this, and here's 19 paragraphs about why you shouldn't like this thing. You know what I mean? I think that it just, honestly, it has a lot to do with tribalism, because MMOs are pretty much like second lives. People get very defensive and emotional and insecure, and they see other MMOs as like this challenge. I mean, otherwise, why is it this one game out of thousands where it's not okay to draw nostalgic value? And the real thing is, it isn't even necessarily true. Recently, some Blizzard developers released an updated subchart at GDC, and I think it speaks for itself. Not even this huge spike up, but look at where it settles after the initial hype period. Vanilla World of Warcraft not only drew in a ton of players, it retained a ton of players. So it would be one thing if this argument had weight and it was just a flash in the pan due to nostalgia. But from this graph, we see right here, as plain as day, Classic really carried Blizzard during this time. And, you know, even with Season of Discovery here, which is based on vanilla, is doing some work. So yeah, again, I think it's just tribalism, people's emotions clouding their logic and just kind of picking out reasons and creating them to delegitimize things that they see as a threat.
Blizzard released a third game you could play, Classic Burning Crusade servers, their first expansion. You could play that now if you wanted to.
That was
you could
good.
keep your character in Classic, or you could remember how fun that first expansion was. Come on, you know you want to. So we now had an untouched 2006 version of the game, a 2007 first expansion version of the game, and the main game.
I hate how they
decided
charge
were
for a
going to
copy. That
tend
shit was
to this
dumb.
middle one, and by tend, I mean basically putting in updates exactly how they happened and the occasional sprinkle of microtransactions. In September...
Told you so, by the way. I will cover for Jimmy here. The more accurate description is actually promise to not release microtransactions, and then to just instead release microtransactions anyways because they realized the profitability of Classic. I said this in my Ballad of the Level Boost, and I honestly think that's what happened. I think Blizzard was one of these groups of people who said rose-colored goggles, nostalgia, etc.
You think you do, but you don't.
And then they released Classic in 2019, and they're like, oh shit. Yeah, we gotta milk this. And I think that's what happened with BC. I think that they were just really out of touch. They didn't...
The hype was insane for the launch of fucking Classic. Servers were packed. I sat in a queue for 12 hours every single day to play Classic. I kid you not. I would log out when I was about to go to bed, and then log in all before I was about to go to bed, and then I'd wake up and I wouldn't be in game again. I'd still be like at least like 3 hours in queue.
An account for Classic to attract and keep such a large player base, and once they realized that, that's when they, you know, went back on no microtransactions. And today,
real
obviously, we have
fast.
the WoW token. So, yeah, told you so. By the way.
2022, those expansion servers transformed into Wrath of the Lich King, their second expansion, which is where it's at now, but it will soon be turned into their third expansion. I wonder how long they are going to let that time machine continue running. I'm sure everyone's having a great time. And then in November of...
Not to be a Debbie Downer, and
Cata was good.
I know you guys are probably excited for it, and I wish you good times and good fortune in the wars to come. But I personally don't think that Cataclysm is going to do too well. I know that release date-wise, Cataclysm is way closer to vanilla than it is to Dragonflight, but with the new world and the removal of all of these RPG elements, I think it's more representative of the current game than it is Classic. And at that point, I think, you know, people are just going to go play the current game. I mean, Wrath Classic is already struggling, and that was supposed to be the good expansion, right? Maybe it turns out that paying for all forms of character progression is actually a bad thing. Who'da thunk it? Oh, yeah, that's right. I did. And I told you so. Again. So, I don't know. Hopefully I'm wrong. And this
I mean, we could just level boost the character. It just feels like you're wasting your time if you're ever leveling a character. It's just like...
And if you were curious and haven't figured out by now, I personally do not plan on playing it.
2023, we got the Season of Discovery, which is Blizzard dipping their toe in the water of a Classic Plus concept, which is basically exactly what old school RuneScape is, going back to the Classic patch, making it its own game, with its own updates. And I'll be honest, probably not going to talk about the Season of Discovery too much. It's very new. There's not much to it yet. I'll go into it a little bit later, but I'm really not going to be focusing on it. We're going to talk about those mostly.
SOD has actually had some issues lately. Phase 3 has definitely had struggles with the incursions and other stuff that are kind of anti-vanilla. I actually have a video that I'm working on about this, so stay tuned, but right now a lot of people are raid logging, myself included, and I personally like it. I still enjoy it, and I'll revisit it when the level 60 patch comes out, but yeah, I do think that the population has taken a sizable hit with Phase 3. Hopefully it rebounds though.
I played them a lot. Played them a lot. A player's first 20 minutes in an MMO are by far the most important, because that first 20 minutes decides if this 20 minutes will turn into an eternal uninstall, or maybe the next 10 years of monthly subscriptions and the occasional microtransaction. Most devs want that second one. No matter which version of WoW you pick to play, you have 3 massively important decisions to make immediately: your server, horde or alliance, and your class. And each one of those decisions holds the potential to completely ruin your World of Warcraft experience. But we're new,
True.
we don't know that, and we won't figure it out until we're 200 hours in. So let's not think about it too much right now. The first game
Which
I
is pretty
tried
bad.
is Classic, and this here is footage from the very first time I ever logged into World of Warcraft.
Very typical World of Warcraft moment.
This is a typical World of Warcraft moment. This is way better than RuneScape.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be doing this a lot.
My first experience in Northshire, my first interactions, very normal interactions with other players in the game, and I knew right away I was really gonna like Classic.
Which horde did you trade to get 5 gold?
At least I thought this was Classic. This actually turned out to be Wrath of the Lich King Classic, and I didn't know that there were 2 different versions at the time. I meant to do the first one, but when we're talking...
You can tell by the wolves, actually. In vanilla WoW, they're just wolves.
Yeah.
But people complained that it was too cruel. Apparently killing boars is fine, but wolves are too cute. So in Wrath, I believe it was, they turned them into diseased wolves. So you're putting them out of their misery, so it's okay, I guess. But they underestimated people's ability to complain on the internet about inconsequential things. So again, in Cataclysm, they changed them once more, this time to evil Blackrock wargs that are evil because they're killing everybody. So it's okay now, it's all good. So there's a little evolution of Northshire Abbey questing, if you were curious.
First impressions really didn't make a difference. Now this is Classic. The original servers that millions of players remember logging into for the first time. A charmingly warm welcome into the Alliance. No tutorial island, no pop-up hints, just you being dropped in an area filled with cool-looking dudes asking you to do some shit they really don't feel like doing, and then mindlessly...
And funny enough, you may not think it, but at the time, this was revolutionary. Remember, MMOs before WoW were primarily sandbox. A lot of them didn't even have quests.
True.
In Star Wars Galaxies, you were dropped on a planet, and you were given a melon and a survival knife. And that was it. Everything else, you had to either read in a manual or ask other players. So just take that into account, that in the current industry where, you have waypoints directing you to objectives that are 2 steps away, while this may seem pretty sparse, this was more direction than any other MMO had, and it's one of the reasons why it became so successful, and it's why most every MMO...
That's why a lot of people started calling it theme parky too.
As best as they could. An NPC with an exclamation point in front of you. There's a reason why every MMO after WoW did the exact same thing.
Agreeing to it, which is a formula I'm very familiar with. Now, one of my biggest worries going into WoW was this thing right here, because I've never had one before. Every clip I've ever seen of someone using it, there's like 80 rows of these, and they're all over the screen. It looks incredibly intimidating. I didn't know how I was gonna deal with all this, but I'm thinking about it, like, this is 2000.
Not to bring up ancient history, well, I guess I already did, but this is also one of the reasons why I think that the level boost in Classic was terrible, and just level boost in general. This is one of the points I brought up in that video. What do you think is a better new player experience? Starting off at level 1 with access to 1 zone, you have 1 ability, a quest in front of you in a tutorial zone that's balanced for new players, or starting off at level 58 with 30 abilities and a set of green armor and plopped into Hellfire Peninsula where you get farmed by hellboars until you rage quit. Despite the fact that it was available for everyone to purchase, the level boost was marketed for players who didn't play the 2019 Vanilla Classic.
We want to make it as easy and seamless as possible to just get right into Burning Crusade, but there are options.
That's awesome. I'm excited to hear that. I know there's a lot of my friends, for example, who maybe didn't really play Classic when it first came out, right? And so now they're behind, and they're interested in playing the Burning Crusade. This was, for a lot of people, their favorite expansion that we've done. We want to make sure that those people are served too. And one of the ways we could do that is provide a boost to people who are interested in coming back that maybe aren't interested in doing the classic WoW experience, but really want to hop right into Outland as quickly as possible.
What a horrible introduction to the game. It's just like Jimmy said, it's intimidating, and worse off, if you didn't buy it, you just felt stupid. I mean, of course, why take weeks to progress through 58 levels when you have a button on the login screen that flashes in front of you every time you log in that says, hey, stupid, you know that you can pay $50 to unlock this instantly? Why are you wasting your time here? The level boost in the Burning Crusade was, in my opinion, one of the worst decisions they ever made.
For real?
Possibly even from a financial standpoint, as we now know with this graphic.
Killed leveling.
The vanilla player base kind of dying off. You remember this massive group of players that people claimed to exist who love MMOs but didn't have time to play them? Or they love MMOs but don't like grinding? Despite the fact that the entire genre is defined by these two things, their grindiness and time-consuming nature. Well, here it is. Here's that massive Jeb surge that people claimed existed, and the server populations reflected that. Most of these servers went to low shortly after the release of the level boost. I'm sure they made quite a lot of money off them, but had they kept it microtransaction free, how many more people would have continued to play? I think a lot of people quit once the level boost came out. You're listening to one of them right now. And I had a channel based on this game.
That's literally when I quit, when level boost came out.
This is somebody who made World of
Like I stopped playing like
videos
as much for
professionally,
the
and I
classic
quit.
version.
Burning Crusade Classic did terribly from everything I gathered, and one of the reasons for that is that your new player experience was either level alone in an empty world, resisting the urge to pay $50 to skip forward, or start at 58 with 30 abilities of which you have no clue of their functionality or use, or how to play your class at all. You die to Hellbores, or you join a Ramparts group, wipe them because you have no clue what you're doing, get yelled at, kicked out. This, in the minds of Blizzard and those who played defense for them, was a great introduction experience for new players. Again, the level boost was marketed for those who didn't play 2019 Classic. It was marketed for the new player. It's inexcusably terrible game design. It was all nonsense from the very start, and you don't have to take my word for it, just look at the graph. Look at this huge surge of players that BC brought in. Wow.
This is the same thing that everybody learned back in the day. They all saw this and conquered it. I can do it, I hope. They introduce you to one ability at a time every other level. You literally need to purchase this new thing you're able to do, which gives you a little more incentive to learn about it. I never really struggled with my ability bar. It was always fine. Do all the quests here until you run out of exclamation points and you start doing them over there. There's not much hand-holding going on, pretty straightforward and linear, and it's enjoyable. It was a nice little system to start out the game. And once I hit level...
Exactly, and that's because this was how it was designed. It works, and we had not only 2004 to show for that, but 2019 as well. The only caveat I'll say here is the dungeon boosting, which
yeah, that was really bad.
Addressable in many more constructive ways than paying money to skip it. Just put it to you that way.
10, I started going into my specialization. It determines what kind of gear you're going to be searching for moving forward. The new player experience here still works. It was great.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it a lot, multiple times.
Yep.
May seem small here, but the fact that you got your first talent point at level 10 was also very, very important. They actually said this in the reveal interview with Computer Gaming World magazine in 2001.
I like that too.
Where they said that they didn't want you spending points right off character creation, like with what was standard with most other MMOs at the time. They wanted you to first get a handle on what you were doing, what you wanted to do first, etc. Which is why 10 was the first level that you got your first talent point. It may seem small, but it was huge.
Retail, on the other hand,
yeah, that's a good idea.
Players a little bit differently. You get to make another decision after your 3 major ones, which is your starting zone. Whether you want to go to your default race classic starting zone, or the all-inclusive, every race, every side, alliance, or horde tutorial island. I did Elwyn Forest in Classic. I wanted to see what this one was all about, so I went there.
It was
I started out
ass.
as a recruit for the alliance.
I think it
was
was
aboard
so
this
bad.
ship, and we were searching
So
for a lost
bad.
expedition. Definitely much more of a tutorial right off the bat, giving you a little baby book.
Oh, the ship part, though, is
pictures of how to
fine.
use your keyboard
When you're on the
and your
ship.
mouse if it's your first time on a computer. And then you go right into some basic combat tutorials. If you've ever clicked
Still boring
anything
as fuck, though,
before,
novel.
you might catch on rather quickly. But everything's completely voice acted. It looks beautiful. I loved the way that they made this game look. Very vibrant and pretty. I liked it. The first difference I noticed was the leveling, because there was a lot of it. I was already level 2 after the first quest, which is literally just move around and talk to another guy for a second. In Classic, I had to murder animals to earn that level 2. And then I swung at a guy like 3 times and I was leveled up again. I was immediately rewarded with...
I can beat that. I can reach the max level without even entering the game.
2 new abilities that were inserted right into my ability bar. I did not pay for them. I did not ask for them. I suddenly have these 2 things here. Something felt weird about it. After I proved that my mouse and keyboard work, then the real tutorial started. I'm suddenly a part of a shipwreck, a real bad shipwreck. I mean, a disastrous one. But luckily, I wash up on shore. And, I kind of have to throw a wrench in the story real quick, Blizzard. There's no universe in which a recruit, essentially an extra in the background, is surviving this. I was put on this ship as an expendable member that they are willing to sacrifice for the greater cause here. There's like 15 other people on this ship that would get life support before me. But we, the recruit, have somehow washed ashore. I don't really know the significance.
It's because the player is the hero, and this is another interesting dynamic between current and classic. You see a lot of people bring this up. In vanilla WoW, you're...
Yeah, you start with like everyone.
You're just another foot soldier
in Classic,
the Alliance or the Horde, fighting in a war, and the focus is more on the world. Whereas in retail, slowly over time, especially since Mists, you're treated as this hero almost. The commander of the garrison, the champion of Legion, the savior of Argus, and you're best buds with Khadgar and Magni, and you're the only hope that the world has. I personally think it's kind of silly for multiplayer games. For single player games, yeah, it works. You know, you're the lone wanderer from the vault looking for their father, or you're trying to collect magic crystals spread throughout the world before someone evil does. They're RPGs after all. You can sort of roleplay and immerse yourself into them, but as soon as you introduce a multiplayer aspect to it, this hero arc becomes ineffective. It's like, you are the chosen one.
Yeah, I think so a bit too.
You are the one to inherit the legendary Ashbringer.
And then everyone else is doing...
Poon Lord 72 and these other 1,000 paladins running around with this once iconic weapon. You know what I mean?
They have granted you this foothold, confident that you will lead the Alliance to victory. Commander.
You have inspired me, Commander.
Hero, our trust in you was not misplaced. You and the armies you command are now our greatest weapon against the Iron Horde. Lead us to victory, General.
It's almost patronizing, and more importantly, it's just ineffective. I much prefer the former, where the focus is more on the world, and while you are taking a part in it, you're not central to it. You're not the focus of it. The world is still the focus. And I think trying to force this hero arc, I think breaks immersion more than it immerses the player.
Significance of this island, really? All I know is that they basically speedrun you from level 1 to 10 as they dish out abilities to you like they're fucking Costco samples. I linked up with a bunch of characters, did a bunch of wacky shit with them. They sent me on a helicopter or whatever. I experimented on animals. I made a boar into this giant freak, and I used it to commit genocide on people of this native island. Very different experience here than it was in the classic version. And before I could even look up at my screen, congratulations, recruit, you've hit level 10. I know you haven't looked up at that XP bar in about 5 minutes, but yeah, you've been killing it. I fight more things, I level up more, and I get thrown into a dungeon at the end through the infamous dungeon finder. Was it a bad tutorial? No. I just feel like it wasn't all
sucked.
that necessary. It speed runs you to level 10, gets you some decent starter gear, but I don't believe that makes it into a better tutorial because it pushes you farther ahead. Because the tutorial here felt more like play the game. Over here, it felt more like, okay, 10 levels and then you can play the game. I wanted to compare.
Now today, it's reach the max level, and then you can play the game. So much of the focus is end game, end game, end game. It's like the South Park episode. Get to the max level as fast as possible so you can quit as fast as possible. I mean, just think about it. Why do we play games, win or lose, to reach the end? In Mario, you beat level 1 so you can beat level 2. You beat level 2 so you can beat level 3, and so on until you reach Bowser. In Zelda, you go through a story, collect all these tools and stuff, and defeat Ganon so you can watch the credits. And in chess, you play until you capture the enemy king or the opponent captures yours. And in the case of MMOs, why do you level? So you don't have to level anymore. Why do you do dungeons? So you can raid instead of doing dungeons. Why do you raid? To get the best gear, so you can perform the best, to make everything easier until there's no challenge. I'm not saying that you can't enjoy it, that's the whole point. But never forget that fundamentally, all games are nothing more than you are given obstacles and also are offered satisfying ways to overcome these obstacles. You're given problems and solutions, and if the ways to solve them are no longer satisfying, you've really betrayed one of the very core fundamental reasons why games exist in the first place. Make no mistake, even if they don't realize it, 90% of the players are doing the same thing. They're playing the game so they can earn the privilege of not having to play it anymore. You know, a lot of people say, oh yeah, I'll totally keep playing once I get best in
I mean,
slot,
I play for
or
PvP,
once
so I
get
mean...
rank 14. If that's true, why is everyone on Season of Discovery and Era has like one raiding guild? It's because they ran out of obstacles. They reached that finish line. They've run out of things to do and there's no more reason to play. These people do exist, but they're extremely rare. You need obstacles to overcome. It's the whole point. And in regards to leveling, it's such a shame that it's seen as such a chore today, but it's understandable. They're seen as chores because they're developed as chores, and they really sacrifice them for this shiny endgame, which is a shame because, I said this in my last track, leveling is your biggest opportunity to hook the player.
True.
Some people raid.
Absolutely
some
true.
PvP. Some just collect stuff. Everyone levels. Discounting cash shop level boosts, it's the one form of character progression that everyone does, and one of the reasons why World of Warcraft took off in the first place was that the 1 to 60 campaign wasn't treated like a chore. It was treated like a journey, and because of that, it felt like an adventure. I think that with leveling in the modern era, you're kind of combating the evolution of the player. They've become much more aware of this carrot and treadmill system, but it's no excuse to just abandon it. I think that partly due to our inexperience with the genre back then, it took most people months going through all of these varied zones, completing these epic quests, going to all the dungeons, meeting friends and learning together. It was a bona fide journey, and you really became attached to the world and your character, and then when you hit the max level is when you earned the right to do the end game, and because of that, it was way more satisfying. But now, and I'm sure he'll get into it here, you're level 10 before you can even blink. Nothing is trained, nothing is paid for. You blaze through the entire process in 1 or 2 days, because why? It's seen as a chore. But why is it seen as a chore? Well, because it's developed to be a chore, because all of this effort goes into the end game. Honestly as well, this may be tinfoil hat, but I think you can also point towards microtransactions as a reason for this. I mean, if you have the option to pay money to skip the leveling, what reason is there to really improve it? In fact, in a way, it's actually in their best interest to make the leveling boring and unrewarding, to sort of give the player a push into paying money to skip it. And I'm sorry,
Also what I've been
that's just the mark
saying.
of bad game design. And don't get me wrong, if you offered vanilla players in 2004, they definitely would have. I mean, people bought accounts back then, but giving it to them just, I mean, how insulting is that? It's like, all right, I'll pay $15 a month to play, $50 for the expansion, and this is so terrible. I'm actually going to pay money to not play your game.
Are the two starting zone options you have as a new player, just to see the true difference, the feeling and the pacing of that early levels 1 to 10. The retail Elwynn Forest was definitely faster leveling than Classics Elwynn Forest. It was definitely not as fast as the tutorial island. I don't think I was even going at half the pace, and I was getting set up with way better gear over there. That island might be a little OP to start, and that might sound dramatic because we're just talking about levels 1 to 10, but this is the new player experience we're talking about. This is supposed to set the tone for the rest of your experience. And it also made me realize if I had played retail before Classic and I picked the island, I wouldn't have gotten to see Elwynn Forest or travel to Stormwind for the first time. My favorite WoW moment was from my first night, because I didn't even know what Stormwind was, and my friend
Yeah, when you first walk into Stormwind, that's just dope.
After a 10-year break from the game, walked us to Stormwind. He introduced it, and the music on my client happened to sync perfectly with his introduction to it.
This is it. Stormwind.
I loved that. And if you don't go through...
Wow, I don't know about you guys, but that actually gave me chills. But this is a really good point, I think. One of my most vivid memories with this game was the first time I entered Ironforge. There were these high levels running around, and there were people on mounts, people advertising trade good services.
For real.
They had high level gear, and they were also arguing about politics and trade chat. And I think it was this moment was when I fell in love with it, because
yeah, it's
really
always been
hit
politics.
me. It was like, wow, this is an online virtual world. And I even remember my first question, again coming from Galaxies here and being obsessed with Jedi, was how do I get the glowy weapons that people have?
Yeah.
It was exciting. It felt alive. There were people everywhere, and I remember just exploring around and looking at all of the different players and their gear. I feel like entering your first major city is such a big moment in any MMO, so I can 100% relate to what Jimmy is
They don't
saying.
treat it well in retail.
One of my most vivid memories by far.
Elwynn Forest, you just get dropped off at the front gates, which is not the same. Retail also
Yeah,
makes
definitely not
RuneScape
the same,
3
just
in
getting
that they
dropped
panic
off at
to
the
get
front.
you the fuck out of early level. All Blizzard ever has wanted from you, your gift to them, is not being a shit low-level account. They hate that. They hate that you're not max level right now. Every video game dev deals with this problem at one point or another, because it's something that very few games have ever mastered. Progression.
It's one of the biggest blind spots in the industry, in my opinion. I don't know, it's such a shame how criminally neglected leveling is in
For real.
all of these MMOs, not just WoW. This is every MMO of recent date I've played.
That shit is important too.
There's an old saying that applies to a lot of MMOs. Very commonly in this one, the game doesn't start until you hit level 60, or whatever the max level may be. And honestly, I understand why they say that, where that comes from. For me, simply not true. Nothing in any video game beats the euphoric feeling, the dopamine-filled experience of seeing a number that belongs to you go up. Whether you're level 5 or you're level 80, whether it's your gear upgrades or the amount of money that you have on you, if the number's going up, you're happy about it. Every time I got a gear upgrade from the minute
It's the
I
opposite
spawned
in
in
retail.
Northshire, I felt
As low level.
the actual emotion of happy. What else can do that for you? Oh.
It's true. I swear. I feel like getting
Same.
a grade 10 armor upgrade item in Classic is more satisfying than high-end rating upgrades in any MMO of recent date, not even retail. WoW. It's satisfying because it matters, because the leveling matters. If the leveling is a chore and it doesn't matter, it screws up everything else. Who cares about a gear upgrade because it's brainless easy? Who cares that you got this talent point because it doesn't matter? Who cares that you leveled up because everything scales with you? Who cares, period. So why am I playing? Go ahead and do me a favor. Go in vanilla World of Warcraft as a warrior in Elwyn Forest and attack 2 Murlocs at once, and then come back and tell me that levels, talent points, gear, and strategy don't matter.
Over and over again, legally. What can do that legally to you over and over again? I played Wrath the absolute most out of all games. I got a warrior to level 71 and a paladin to 80, and there was never a level on either of those accounts where I felt like I was at a dead end and there was no possible way for me to get an upgrade or progress myself, because there's so many ways that you can do it. Doing quest lines, gear upgrades. PvP, gear upgrades. Dungeons, gear upgrades. Farming reputation, gear upgrades. Giving Blizzard $15, gear upgrades. And the best part is, I could always feel the upgrades. I haven't touched on plugins much, but they're a big part of the game. And there's one plugin that a lot of players have. It basically shows everyone's DPS in your party. And there's just a very unique feeling of disdain when your role is a DPS. You see your name at the bottom. You get filled with
damage meters. So, pretty controversial subject here. They introduce an element of competitiveness. Some argue too much, as
I think they're fun.
Toxicity if somebody's underperforming. And Final Fantasy XIV,
it is better if they're disabled,
in a
but
unique way where you can use them for your own purposes, as far as I understand. But
I think being able to see your own is always a good thing, though.
Or to call people out if they're underperforming. I think they'll actually action your account if you do that. Personally, I like them because in the absence of a challenge, the player will create one that is self-imposed. Just look at the rating scene in Classic 2019, which was largely trivial, but players were still able to find satisfaction from, parsing on Warcraft logs or whatever. Say what you will about it, but I think if the parsing culture didn't exist
Parsing's fun.
in Classic 2019, it wouldn't have done as well as it did.
with enough guilt to motivate you to go get better shit, which usually means running that dungeon a few more times, being at the bottom of the list. But as soon as you get those upgrades, you can see a visual confirmation of you getting better because your gear is getting better. It's so satisfying. The pacing of Classic from early level to end game just felt nice. It didn't feel too fast and it didn't feel too slow. I still had to work for things and grind a little bit, and I didn't feel stuck there for too long. There was always something to look forward to. The progression system that I experienced in Wrath just felt really rewarding, and the pacing was great all the way up until I hit level 80, which is ironic because a lot of WoW players will tell you that you don't even start the game until you hit level 80. When I hit 80, I watched my XP bar disappear right before my eyes, and a whole new progression system began. Once you hit
reputation,
max level,
fuck reputation.
you can now wear max level shit, and you are now pushed into a whole new complicated hole that you will just keep digging deeper and deeper. You're grinding pre-raid.
Again, this is where a lot of people quit. It's as soon as they lose that direction and the end game opens up and all of these systems are unlocked, they just kind of say, all right, this is too much for me. Which again, that's all the more reason to put more effort into questing in the world, because it's something that everybody does. This is your chance to hook the player enough for them to take this intimidating step into the end game. Them quitting at the end game isn't necessarily a failure of the design of these end game systems. It's more of a failure of leveling because it didn't hook them enough. So if they're just not into it by the time they reach the max level, they're not going to care about any of this. It's just more chores for them.
Best in slot, so that you can get to phase 1 best in slot, and then phase 2 and 3, until you've got the gear so that you can play a proper role in the end game raids and get your true best in slot. And do you want to know how long that takes? Well, you gotta ask someone else, because I have no idea. I didn't do it. Shit just got complicated, dude. I mean, I was plugging my gear into a website that tells you what you need to do next and how to get it, where to do it, which usually involved looking for a 40-man raid for a chance at getting something, or doing some beta dungeon, whatever the hard difficulty is, or grinding reputation for a group of people I did one quest for one time and they need to see me as a god so I can buy a shoulder enchantment. I feel like all the levels before max is more of like a sandboxy feel of getting the gear that you feel like getting, what looks cooler. But once you hit max level, it's like a straight path that you have to follow. I don't think everyone feels that way, but that's how I felt going in. I felt like I had to follow this website and get the good gear. Otherwise, I mean, what else am I doing? I started to not feel motivated to log into the game, which sucked because I had such a fun journey to the max level. It was always fun looking forward to being a little bit stronger or going to a new area. And suddenly I was just in the same area all the time, doing the same dungeons with the same people, and it just felt really repetitive and not very exciting. What I'm trying to say here is that once I hit max level, it almost felt like the game had finished. But I just wasn't really into that grind as much. We didn't even get to explore the whole map. I still haven't even seen every region in Wrath. But when we hit level 80, why would I be going to the old zones? There's nothing for me there. My low-level grinds are far from over because I enjoyed it a lot and I look forward to doing it again. Some of the most fun I've ever had in a video game.
You know, he said earlier that people often say that in MMOs, the game starts at the max level. I think Jimmy and I have a lot in common because
I like classic leveling.
I feel like the game ends at the max level in a big
Yeah.
way. I've always been a really big altaholic in WoW.
For classic.
I just love leveling. It's almost like a comfort.
I'm an altaholic too.
For me, it's something that just makes me feel really productive, like I accomplished something. It's a very relaxing activity for me, and it is one of the main reasons why I like classic so much. You know, sometimes it's nice after a stressful day to just sort of unplug and grind XP and make some progress in something that is in your control.
Progression in retail kind of coincides with the story that they toss you into, but I have a whole section for the story after this, so I'm going to try and just focus on the progression side of things. And the reason that they speedrun you to level 10 and drop you off at the front gates of Stormwind is because that's a requirement to start Battle of Azeroth, and Battle of Azeroth is a requirement to start World of Warcraft, not optional. You have to do it, don't question it. Welcome to our 2017 expansion. I hope you have fun. We'll check back in with you later. As soon as I jump into the...
Wait, what? I didn't even know this. BFA is really mandatory? To say something positive about BFA for a change...
BFA was good though.
The leveling experience, as far as the
BFA leveling experience was good.
Concerned, the only
in the
issue
zone,
I had
it was like
didn't really have
condensed-ish.
anything to do with the expansion. And that's the level scaling that was actually introduced in Legion, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I think combining that with losing your Legion legendaries as you leveled up, replacing tier sets, it almost felt like you got weaker as you leveled, which is a really bad feeling for RPGs.
Yeah, that was the thing.
You never want to feel weaker when leveling or getting gear upgrades. You want to feel
Do I do
stronger.
this here?
You want the mobs that you killed to get to that level to be easier when you reach that level. Not level up with you. It's preposterous.
This expansion and get thrown into this Kultirus place, everything I've ever known about progression is suddenly out the window. I am getting significant gear upgrades every quest. Not only that, but what in the fucking inflation is this? What is that? Every NPC that gives a quest reward is giving me dump trucks worth of gold. I mean, I'm loaded. I can sell junk items to vendors for like hundreds of gold at a time. I'm getting all the abilities shoved in. They have a new way of doing specializations, which I actually like. So I get to mess around more. You can switch them up whenever. I don't even remember dying in retail. You're basically a walking god. I mean, I'm hacking and slashing my way through giant poles of mobs with no consequences. And while I'm doing that, it hits me that nobody here has called me a recruit in a while, which made me...
This was a problem with Warfronts in BFA, which, if you remember correctly, were impossible to lose unless everybody in the raid intentionally sat AFK in their main base.
Wow. I'm screenshotting this.
I feel like some developers have this problem where they forget the reason why games exist. Games are optional. They're not necessary for our survival. Again, you're introduced obstacles and satisfying ways to overcome them, and the satisfaction comes from the challenge presented. So if there's no challenge, you know, what's the point? It's like playing chess against a player who passes every turn, or plugging in a Game Shark and giving yourself Knights of the Round materia in Midgar. It's fun for like 10 seconds, but at a certain point you realize you're just pressing buttons. It doesn't matter which ones you press. There are no wrong ones to press. You can't press them at the wrong time. You can actually just roll your face on a keyboard to win a Warfront. And this is the greatest sin in gaming, and you see it everywhere. Yellow
I hate
paint
it.
telling you exactly where to go. checkpoints around every corner because people can't stand to lose 4 seconds of progress. If there's no reason to explore, nor any chance of getting lost, it really is just a pointless exercise, isn't it? Like, just warp me to the next part that actually demands thought or effort and stop wasting my time.
For real.
You know, I don't want to be too neckbeard here. Not that there's anything wrong with casual gaming. I like casual
There
gaming,
is something with casual
but
gaming.
you have to admit, at a certain point, there's really no reason for it to even be a game because they essentially play themselves. It's probably why streamers are so popular, since you may as well be watching anyway. So just save yourself the money. And, you know, it's not just the Warfront, but again, I haven't played since Shadowlands, but last I checked, I feel like the leveling in WoW
You can't
is
die in
also
retail.
guilty of this sin. He's hitting the nail on the head here. There's no satisfaction to be drawn because there's no challenge to overcome. There's no real fear of dying, even pulling these huge groups of enemies. And, you know, when there's no challenge, you don't really even have a game anymore. You have a chore. You have a list of tasks to do, not for the satisfaction of doing them, but simply to get past them so you can start something else. In this case, the end game.
Realize they're not talking about my military rank, they're talking about the difficulty of the game. So I'm soaring through this confusing quest line at what could only be a record pace. I was leveling so fast, I would go multiple levels without realizing that I had in fact leveled up. It just became more and more apparent as I went along that even though the devs forced me to come here, they really just didn't want me there at all. This lightning fast leveling is all they wanted. It's basically Blizzard saying, look, you're a new guy, you don't know shit about shit. We're gonna bring you to probably the prettiest place that we can send you until you hit level 60, and then you can come experience content that we've actually paid attention to, which I completely understand. But the problem with that is the more I did Battle of Azeroth, the more pointless it felt. All these characters I was meeting and villages I was helping, it was all just a big sham, serving as my XP boost to level 60 to take me to Dragonland, possibly as a punishment. But I do as many quests as...
Exactly. Like I said earlier, it almost feels like it's intentionally bad to encourage you to cough up the $50 to skip it. And what a shame that is, right? Like, how have we gotten to this point? How have we gotten to the point to where people pay $15 a month to play a game, and then they pay even more money to not play it? Well, we know the answer. It's because MMOs are addictive, and it's also profitable.
As I can, I try and get involved in the story a little bit, but sure enough, the second I hit 60, right on cue, my pager's going off, and I'm getting contacted from people in Stormwind, begging me and pleading me to return and start the Dragon Chronicles. And so I did. I went back to Stormwind, I got to the Dragon place, I think I leveled up like once or twice, and then I logged out, because I realized that through that entire experience, I had yet to talk to a single other human, even once.
Okay, here we go. This is gonna be good.
It's so fucking
He's
funny
gonna
though.
get into how it's a single player game now. Okay, I'm gonna hold off, but just to warn you, this video is gonna be like 2 hours long.
This is the best day ever.
Haha. Looking back on retail, I think the best way to describe the progression of that game is there is none, because it never felt like I was progressing. I mean, that's just the way that it's built. Everywhere you go, mobs are scaling up with you. I'm level 32, they're level 32. If I'm 54, they're 54. I never become...
Exactly. Like I mentioned, what's the point of leveling if everything levels with you? I remember I made a video about this level scaling when it was first introduced in Legion, where it actually was even worse because they scaled not only the levels, but also the item levels. I don't even know if they do this anymore, but as you geared up at the max level, the enemies actually got stronger. And
this shit was so
people
bad.
Really let me have it for that video. It was actually one of my first poorly received ones I made, but I mean, it just kind of goes against the fundamental aspect of every RPG ever made, doesn't it? You know, you unlock new areas, which have higher level enemies and bosses, but the areas you already visited are now easier.
It's
That's
good to
a
have
good
scaling
thing.
in some ways, but I
It's
mean, like,
satisfying,
it depends.
and it's how RPGs have functioned ever since their inception. let's be fair here. I know why it's done. It's done so people have more options in what zones they choose to do and, you know, what order to do them. For instance, instead of zone 1 being 80 to 82 and the next being 83 to 84 and so on, therefore forcing you into this pretty linear path. All of these mobs scale with you, so you can now do them in any order. I see that, I recognize that, but what I'm saying here, is that really worth what you sacrifice? You level to get stronger, so if everything gets stronger with you, there's no actual progression, and you no longer have the satisfaction of, okay, I'm higher level, I'm better geared, these things should be easier now. The player feels like they're spinning their wheels because they are. It's just not a good feeling, in my opinion, in a genre of game based around character progression.
I'm stronger than the mobs unless you go to like early game areas, which is just irrelevant. As I level up, I'm noticing that the monsters are just getting more annoying to kill. They just make them hit harder and have more health. Simply longer combat interactions. I never felt like I was getting stronger. I never felt like my new abilities were doing what they were supposed to do because they had more health to deal with it. And it was kind of annoying. Getting upgrades and not feeling like you got upgrades had to be the least satisfying thing I felt in any of the games.
For real.
I never got to max level in retail.
That's the worst thing about retail.
It's anti-RPG. You know, I feel like sometimes these developers get so tunnel visioned on convenience that they forget that they're making a video game.
So I don't really know what the end game is like. It could be miles better than Classic. I just never got there. By the time I got to 60 and just didn't have anyone playing with me, realizing that I had done the whole journey alone, I just didn't feel motivated to keep going, which kind of...
Yeah, again, being able to solo every quest is convenient. Being able to enter a dungeon at any time, anywhere, with a full group is convenient. Being able to mob tag out of groups is convenient. But is this do everything solo design necessarily good? I personally don't think so. Once more, one of the most effective ways to retain a player is to give them friends. Make them walk away from not just a video game, but their friends who are playing. So, by making every activity soloable, you're removing so many opportunities for people to make these friends, and therefore, as a result, they have less to retain them, and they end up quitting. Another fundamental pillar of MMOs is that the players must be protected from themselves. Again, although you can enjoy it, that's the whole goal after all. The whole point of playing a game is to beat it, to do things so you no longer have to do them. And if the players had all of their wishes, there would just be a button on the login screen that leveled them up to the max, gave them all the currency they want, gave them gear. Oh wait, we have that, and they're called microtransactions.
This sucks because more than anything, I was really looking forward to the story. You ever try watching all of the Avengers movies, starting from Iron Man, going all the way to the very last ones that were made? I've tried that so many times, and I usually make it about 3 or 4 movies in. There's so many stories you need to tell, and there's so much explanation that needs giving. It's a lot easier to understand the Avengers series if you watch them as they came out. You experienced them at the same time as everyone else, and you were just anticipating the next movie. But if you've never watched them, and you're trying to take it all in, catch up, it's kind of miserable. I know some people can do that. I can't do it. I knew going in that WoW has an incredibly dense and really cool story. I really can't begin to tell you how disappointed I was to experience World of Warcraft's story in Classic and Retail. Classic kind of starts you off as just, you're a nobody. You've got no accomplishments,
It's awful
no
in all the
milestones,
versions.
no one knows you. You're just a guy trying to do his part.
It's
and help
never
out. You're
had a
just
good
very
presentation.
Small thing in this very big world that has a lot more important things going on than you. The Elwyn Forest.
Yeah, exactly. And this is an opinionated thing, but again, I think due to their multiplayer nature and the fact that they're RPGs, it makes the most sense. You can't really be a hero if everyone else is, or else you end up with an Ashbringer at every 4 feet.
Quest line, starting in Northshire, going to Goldshire, helping out the locals with their little Kebble problems, heading to the Alliance capital and helping some folks out around there, taking on your first mini-boss Hogger. I don't like saying his name out loud. Upsets me. You head to Westfall, start helping out the locals there, and doing your first dungeon, the Dead Mines, where you face your first real antagonist, Edwin Van Cleefus. It's just Van Cleef, but Cleefus sounds cooler. And that's where you have your first real accomplishment as a character. It's your first significant thing that you've done. And from there, well, I mean, that's kind of where they lost me. World of Warcraft quests are built for you to not give a fuck. The way the quest pops up allows you to press accept instantly, accept the reward instantly.
Oh,
it's
God.
just begging you to not give a fuck.
True.
All of them are either fetch these things or kill a bunch of those. No matter what thing you're fetching or thing you're killing, it all eventually blends together into the same quest. It was hard to focus on anything lore related because I knew when I went to the next area, I would just be doing the exact same thing I was doing in the last area. My thing is...
So, you can go either way with this.
Like a bisexual.
Thank you, Ted. That was the joke.
The quests by today's standards are pretty basic. You know, there's a lot of kill these boars, kill bears, or critters, 15 highwaymen, or whatever. But once more, during the time, even having these quests period and this direction was this groundbreaking thing. Saying this though, I personally came from galaxies, like I said, where the questing system were just mission terminals, which just sent you into a random direction to kill a random layer of creatures, and that was it. There was no story, there was nothing interesting at all, and you did that from character creation to max template. I haven't played RuneScape, so maybe my scope of the potential of quests in this early era isn't as wide as Jimmy's, because I do hear
quests for
RuneScape
pretty
quests are
nuts in
actually pretty
RuneScape.
good.
They
Recently,
are
I've been
actually
thinking
good.
More and more of trying RuneScape for the first time, so maybe I can fix that.
questing. But I'm really glad it's in the game that I've been doing the questing on, and not this one, because the series would be a lot more boring if I did it on WoW. It is not encouraging you to read. I even went as far as downloading a plugin that uses AI voice generators of the actual characters' voices to read all the dialogue out loud. It just adds a little more sound to the boring thing you're doing. Most of the lore is revealed before, during, and after dungeons and raids. That's when the big significant things are happening in the world. That's where you can pay attention to what the characters are saying and then what's happening around you. If it were single player. Because when I get a group for a dungeon, that's the last thing I'm doing. Hey guys, you mind holding on a second? I'm not going AFK, I'm right here, but I gotta listen to what this NPC is saying real quick. Just gonna see how this plays out back here in this lore that happened 15 years ago. I would find myself outside the dungeon, kicked from the group. I'm not gonna put up...
Yeah, he makes a good point. Really the best time to experience the lore is when it launches, or with friends who are willing to wait for you. Or else you run into these situations where your party members have maybe run the dungeon dozens of times and they just want to go, or maybe they don't care about the lore. These days, if you're solo and you don't have friends who are willing to wait for you and be patient, I feel like the best way to absorb the lore is to just watch YouTube channels like Novel or whatever, because a lot of it is delivered in ways where it's tough to find it, let alone to find it in the right order. While a lot of you guys may be veterans with the game and you understand the whole chromie stuff, keep in mind, a new player isn't going to know how to do any of this. They're not going to know what expansions have what characters and what order all of this has happened and what's been retconned and what hasn't. It's a mess. The story is a mess in retail, at least when I played it last.
Pause to these people's day. Funny enough, the thing that gave me the most context for the world that I was running around in did not come from any version of the MMO. It actually came from Warcraft 3. It was a complete unintentional discovery. I started seeing all these things I recognized from the MMO. I learned all about Prince Arthas and his origin story. Very bright young man, great future ahead for him. I saw Jaina Proudmoore. She wasn't getting arrested immediately the first time I ever saw her. Learned about the Burning Legion. Those guys are up to no good. Illidan Stormrage. That guy's a badass. Miss Whisperwind. There's a bunch of cool shit happening in that game. After I played it, and I started questing again in Wrath. There was a scene that played out in some side quest in Northrend. It was something that happened with the same voice lines in the same way that it happened in Warcraft 3, but it's from a new MMO perspective, and now it's cool for me. It just felt like the moment came to life, and then realizing that doing the Calling of Stratholme fucking dungeon was actually a mission that I went through with, playing as Arthas, and now I was boots on the ground on the front lines with him, doing that, made the war crime so much cooler. And granted,
Arthas did nothing wrong. I can't relate to this one, unfortunately, because World of Warcraft was my first experience with the Warcraft series. I think I first played Warcraft 3 sometime after Wrath when I really started to get into the story, so I personally experienced it out of order. Also, I played Star Wars Galaxies before even watching the Star Wars movies, and I remember when I finally watched them, I was like, oh my god, that's from Star Wars Galaxies.
Warcraft 3 didn't teach me everything about the World of Warcraft, but it gave me more context into this world I was running around in. I knew more about certain characters, I knew the origins of certain places that existed. It just enhanced the overall immersion of running around the world doing these quests that started to feel repetitive. The fact that I did have to go play a whole different game to understand the world more and feel that immersion, you shouldn't have to do that. I know some people say the books are really good for lore. I haven't checked them out myself. If you've read any of the books and recommend them, let me know. Maybe they suck and one of you will save me. Classic has a...
Yeah, I haven't either. Unfortunately, I think a lot of them have been retconned by the awesome lore of recent expansions, which is kind of a turnoff. I think it would be cool. I'd probably enjoy it, but honestly, it's more convenient to just watch a novel video, in my opinion, and then going through the comments to see what has been retconned since then. It's also free, so there's that.
Very old school way of telling the story where you kind of have to force yourself to be more invested in the story if you want to understand it. I will say, this is something that they actually did make a big effort to improve on. Now, since RuneScape 3 has microtransactions, transmog, and the story going for it, I was very excited to see how retail told their story. And unfortunately, it has far too many of them. On top of all of the
yeah, again, bloat. I'm not saying that this is their fault. I really just think that it's the fate of MMOs that have been running for so long. But between the world, the features, the story, the whole game feels bloated. And it was already rough when I quit in Shadowlands, so I can only imagine it's gotten worse since then.
Original content from the launch of the game in 2004, World of Warcraft has had 9 expansions full of new areas, new races, new quests, new storylines, catastrophic events that change the entire video game. There is so much that has happened. Me pulling up to retail with intent of understanding the world is a lot like a baby strolling up to understand anything. This is a terrible metaphor. Blizzard sees new players as nothing more than babies. They arrive knowing 0 things, they've contributed nothing, and they're annoying because you have to teach them shit now. Blizzard hates babies, is what I'm going for here. It's just never going to be easy for a new player to understand the lore of World of Warcraft after everything that's happened. I could do as much research and read the books as much as I want. I could make myself a Quizlet to really make sure I nail down the hard facts of how this universe was formed. But what I came to realize is MMO stories are not like other stories. They're their own thing, their own genre, their own structure and format. A universe,
and most of them fucking blow.
Again here,
or how they're presented usually blow all the time.
About the world, as opposed to these plot lines with major characters. Even if they're good, it'll eventually turn into this giant ball of spaghetti where you're trying to figure out what the F happened to this character and when. And it definitely doesn't help when you have time travel involved and all this craziness. I think after 2 decades of this, new players such as Jimmy run into this issue where it's just another thing that hurts player retention because they feel so far behind and overwhelmed and it feels so bloated. And that's if the lore and story is good, which I know is opinionated, but I personally don't think so. The last time I really paid attention to the story of the game was Legion, and even then it kind of...
The story was getting better in Dragonflight.
A collection of soap operas.
Minus
I don't know.
The soap opera
scene.
scene.
Back to the whole thing of where I feel like It's just more appropriate in MMOs that the focus is more on the world rather than individual players or lore figures.
Still not
It
that
just feels
great,
very
though.
forced and awkward.
World of Warcraft
Presentation
is
has
not
gotten
gonna
better
be
is what I
like
mean more
the
so, though.
Avengers universe or the Harry Potter or Star Wars universe that can be told. MMO stories are something that you have to experience. It's the old expression, you had to be there. And I wasn't there. Well, hold on a second. What about that feature that Blizzard put in, letting you experience all the expansions? Oh, you mean Chromie, one of the jankiest, nonsensical systems ever put into a video game ever. 5 times I have tried to experience the expansions in World of Warcraft through Chromie, a system designed to let you go experience all of these. Whether you're a veteran player who just wants some nostalgia and wants to do the stories again to level up.
It sucks it doesn't start you in that area when you do it.
Experience them chronologically or something, and every single time, without fail, it somehow broke. Let's say you enter the Legion timeline. Even though you've somehow transported to this new dimension, you are really not transported anywhere. All the exclamation points and the quests of the current timeline are still there, waiting for you to fuck it all up. The battle for Azeroth needs you so bad, we were willing to time travel backwards with you to ask for your help again. Like, you can really screw your game up. At one point, I had 3 Anduins in Stormwind Keep in different rooms. Cutscenes were playing so out of order, and I had no idea what was going on. I was paralyzed. And not to mention, when you do pick a new timeline to experience, you're often phased, which means you're only gonna see other players that are also in your timeline, which is usually, even in the most populated servers, nobody. You are alone. You have just transformed into a single-player video game. It's one thing to play.
This is really a combination of many problems. It's, first off and most importantly, the dwindling player base. But it's also the zoning, the cross-realm, all of the leveling content being soloable, and people just buying the level boost instead. All of these problems kind of build off and buff each other, and they make each other worse until you just really have this poor leveling experience. It's also one of the biggest reasons why people quit. There is a huge bandwagon mentality with MMOs. I gave the perfect example earlier. If you walk into a full capital city with everybody doing their busy work, there's a ton of people, they're running quests, they're buying and selling in the auction house, doing trade skills, you feel like this world is alive, and in turn, you feel like everything you do matters. And unfortunately, the opposite is true. If you don't see a single soul, not even in these major cities, but through all of these zones you're leveling in, you feel like you're playing a single-player game, and you didn't buy a single-player game, you bought a massively multiplayer online role-playing game that maybe isn't as massive as you thought. Maybe it used to be massive, but it's not massive anymore. Why is that? Well, most people will come to the conclusion, especially in a game with a poor leveling experience, that it's bad and it's on the decline, it's dying, so why am I wasting my time? And again, another reason why these level boosts are so detrimental, they kill the world, because everything is rush, rush, rush to the end game. By selling level boosts, you gain players that have zero attachment or investment into their characters, and you also fail to gain people who want that, but they don't get it because your world feels dead due to many reasons, the level boost being one of them. So as a result, you have this horrible retention rate that you try to fix by making the leveling faster and faster, but you just end up making worse because that's not the issue.
Play an MMO like it's single player, but when you literally see nobody else and it feels like an actual single player game in this giant universe, it feels creepy. It actually made me miss seeing Moonguard Goldshire. Seeing that place empty was weird. I really did try Chromie. I was excited to try because I did want to experience all these expansions. I waited a long time to play World of Warcraft. I wanted to know the stories. And even if I did have a smooth Chromie experience, it was still an MMO expansion. Nobody remembers experiencing those things without other people around them. People discovering new areas at the same time, fighting new mobs at the same time, going into new dungeons and raids together for the first time, having their world at the time changed in a major way. There's a lot more to the Warcraft story than just facts on a timeline. This is one of the biggest gaming universes ever created, and the story goes far beyond just the NPCs and the areas being put into the game. There was stuff that wasn't added by the devs. There's something about being a part of that expansion as it happens that just can't be told unless you start.
Yeah, you experience them in the moment, and it's most fun when it's with other players. And if you don't have those other players, it just feels hollow and dead. One of the reasons why MMO launches are so good is that there's this big frenzy and everyone is experiencing it at the same time. And this might sound weird, but I think that this is also true even for single player games. And just keep this in mind when the new Elder Scrolls launches and you see it all over social media. People are posting about it. Somebody posts this cool weapon and you wonder where you got it from. You look it up. Oh, there's no information because it's new. So you go look for it yourself. You know what I mean? I agree wholeheartedly with this take. You know, experiencing it together in the moment, even if it's a single player game, is a huge part of the experience.
Start releasing the expansions again. But even then, it's just not going to be the same. I am a hero. I am a champion. How did I earn these titles? Don't worry about it. They wouldn't be calling me that if it weren't true, would they? What? You can do a lot at level 10. I talk about this whole hero concept a lot because I personally believe that players should not be that. I think that's kind of boring. It's predictable, it's linear, it's just not relatable. Most people do like 2 heroic things in their life, and after they do it, no one's calling you a champion. You just go home to the same house, making the same money. Your boss doesn't think you're a hero because you clocked in late. When I walk into Stormwind Castle and talk to whoever may be king at the time, I want them to look at me with no trust and no faith. No matter what I've done in the past, I want the king to feel like they are.
Yeah, like I said, it's